Hello, hello, hello. And welcome back to more Let's Play Rogue Trader.
Yippee!
Yippee. Last time, I think we dealt with the prison riot. We did that. We saved Winterscale's nephew. And I'm not remembering his name at the moment. I think it was Edwin. But now that I've said that, that doesn't sound right. So I'm not entirely sure if that was correct. Um, we were trying to find him on the ship to talk to him, and couldn't find him. I don't think we're actually able to. His name was Vane, not Edwin. I don't think we can actually physically find him on the ship currently. So I'm gonna say that we just continue on.
Well, you're just side questing anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Alright, Cronus Expanse map. And
Did we end up fully exploring our ship?
I believe so last time, yes. But I can check again real quick. Oh, that's wrong button. Back to ship. Um, let's see. That's the Lord Captain's quarters. Good afternoon, good evening even. How doth it go? Sir Lifeflame. Yeah, we've been to the Lord Captain's quarters. We went to the Void Ship Shrine, and we've been to the Astropathic Chapel. So yes, we have been everywhere on the ship.
Really?
Currently available to us at any rate. I know that there's like a lower decks bit that we get to go to later during that whole like assassin members side quest. Alright, where am I? I'm over here. Next to the
We're
Thunder Fang.
like at Ethilia?
Oh no, no. My bad. Yeah, that's our ship right here. uh Philia, point of interest detected. Yeah, we know
That's where
that.
we just were.
Um
I
yeah, I
think we're
guess
going to
Rycat
Majoris now?
Majoris.
Yeah.
Yeah, see? Going to Rycat Majoris, see?
We're just making our way around the map.
Begin scan, see? Work is toasty. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Uh Added to the worlds of the Expanse. Not explored, unidentified void ship. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship, whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit, is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machines crashing. The augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Suddenly I'm in the mood for some s'mores. You know what? I've actually been in the exact same mood here recently, but literally no one I know likes s'mores. Uh,
We can get some
Granted,
s'mores when we're on vacation.
yeah, we could surely one day out of all of them we could do like a bonfire or something.
Yeah, we can make s'mores.
Maybe invite Mr. Andrew over or something.
Yeah.
Hang out in the yard. Send a squad to the planet to explore the void ship. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before if this entire bit is just some dialogue, it's probably no wonder we forgot about what happened on Rycat Majoris.
Just never actually land on Majoris.
Yeah, there's nothing visually to associate with it. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness and... Ooh. I'm so sorry. That was Dr. Pepper. Never drink Dr. Pepper. And then be like, ah.
I'm just so mature.
Sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called the Drukhari. Oh boy, if the Drukhari are here, we're fucked. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. How do you two like your marshmallows, now that I'm curious? I catch mine on fire, immediately blow it out, and eat it that way. So it's kind of...
On purpose, or that's how you like them?
No, that's how I like them. Yes, I will purposely burn it.
Fascinating.
And then, I'll make sure that it starts catching on fire, right? And then I immediately pull it back, blow the fire out, which gives it a nice char on one side, but only like a gooiness on the other, right? And then I shove it between like the crackers and the like Hershey's chocolate or what have you.
No, I don't char mine.
That's personally,
that's
I really
crazy.
like that. I that's how I like it. Not that, just a normal little, warm up. Couldn't do it. Like, I'd eat it that way too. But
yeah, just heat mine up a little bit. Call it good.
How do you take your marshmallows? Abelard suggests finding out what Xenos we're doing in Rykat's system. Taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the Rogue Trader orders to send more people to the planet. Anxious, Idira tells the Lord Captain that voices in her head are screaming, repeating the words Hardbringer, Darkness, and Death. Not wanting to tempt destiny, the Rogue Trader decides to recall the people. Argenta eagerly says that the only good Xenos is a dead one. True servant of the Emperor shouldn't soil their hands with Xenos technology. The Rogue Trader orders more people to be sent to the Xenos void ship to collect any valuable findings. And being the God Emperor's chosen, the Rogue Trader won't go digging around Xenos trash. The artifacts of the enemies of humanity should be wiped from the Coronis Expanse. I am, in the same vein of
I feel
Abelard.
obligated to agree with myself on this one.
Well, I also feel obligated to agree. One, because we kind of had a tiff with Mr. Abelard last session. Just a little bit, because we didn't listen to him. And, if the Drukhari are doing something in the system, it is probably better to figure it out early before,
to know
the slaves start happening.
Yeah, better to know early, so we also know where to avoid.
After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drukhari void ship. The soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel's systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly deadly traps have been activated on all decks. Agility tests succeeded. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. The soldiers found several curious pieces of Xenos tech on the sinister void ship, but no data that could shed some light on why it had came to the Rykat system. We have received the assortment of Drukhari barbed needles times 10, Drukhari shatter shard times 5, a venom blade, which honestly looks kind of neat. It looks like it might inflict poison on enemies. Blast pistol, one-handed pistol. Maybe that'll... but it requires Drukhari weapon proficiency. I don't know if any of us actually have that.
None of us have Drukhari weapon proficiency.
Because why would we?
Why on earth would we?
a good emperor feeling citizen like emperor fearing citizen like me? No, sir. You won't catch
And
me
I
with
don't know
a...
if I want to waste an entire talent point on that either.
Yeah, I
It would
don't...
have to be a good weapon. Anyway, that was Majoris.
Yeah, so you're Act 5 anyway.
This is where we assume the navigator will be.
Yes. Lord Captain, reporting. The heralds of the novice nobility continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Urek 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately.
It's gonna be funny if it turns out that that's actually pronounced Navis Nobilite.
No, that is definitely nobility. I've read enough of these books and listened to enough of these books. That is Navis nobility. Unless they're pronouncing it wrong in the audiobook. God damn it, Logan, look up the word.
Of saying it.
No.
We get into a cutscene and they're like, Nobilite.
Look up that word and tell me how it's pronounced, please. Honestly, I find myself often enjoying a charred outer shell for a little bit of crunch while still keeping that extra gooiness. That can you see? A man of culture. We have another one, boys. We have another one. That's exactly where I was coming from. You gotta get that little bit of crispiness on the top that only comes from charring the outside a little bit. Exactly.
Novice Nobility. So yeah, you have it right.
Okay.
That was funny. It would have been funny though.
Now my train of thought.
It would have been great.
Just me mispronouncing the same word over and over and over again. We're like fucking 20 hours into this, and I've pronounced it nobility every single time. And now my train of thought has me thinking about Outer Wilds and wondering if it has multiplayer mod. Now I remember seeing someone trying out a VR mod for it at one point. I thought the PC version of the game had VR support automatically? Was that not?
No.
Did it not? Okay.
Not to my knowledge. You have to. The mod is basically like an official version,
I see.
but
Outer Wilds is one I still need to get back to. I've heard it is extremely good, and I just have not had the time to sit down. That was the one that's like a Groundhog Day, right? Like, you have to try and figure out a mystery over time, but after, like, 20 minutes, it resets the game.
yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know anything about that game beyond the basic premise. It's one that I definitely want to get to, and hopefully soon. It might be one that I try and play on the side, like, maybe... I don't know. I don't know. I've got enough going on right now.
From a quick Google search, it does look like there is a co-op mod for Outer Wilds. It's called Quantum Space Buddies.
Quantum Space. I like that. That's a
QSB.
charming name. Get an entire solar system to explore. That sounds like a lot for 20 minutes. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks, presumably. It is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite house requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. That is a distinct possibility. Order the auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigis's measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators elves ignoring us? Alright, order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you'll have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Alright, and this will be the crew. The only progress you keep in Outer Wilds is knowledge, so it's easy to spoil and hard to replay blind. Oh, so what you're saying is if I want to do it for the channel, it would most likely be one that I want to do blind completely.
Okay. Yeah, it's a game you can't really play twice.
Fair, fair. Kind of like Payne's Creek Killings. It's like I played through that, and now I just have not had it in me to...
Yeah, once you know how the game works, that's most of the experience.
Yeah. I do like the aesthetic of its DLC, though a very nostalgic environment. Fair enough. Yeah, unfortunately, like, I don't want to say unfortunately because it was a great game, but you had me play Payne's Creek Killing. And, like, now I just cannot bring myself to do it on the channel because it's like I already know what's coming up, so it's not... I feel like that's definitely a game you play by yourself, you don't watch someone play it. Or if you are going to watch someone play it, you watch them play it for the first time as well. So I just don't think I could do that game justice at all.
Yeah.
Unless I completely forgot about it. That's
good game to recommend, but...
Yeah, 100%.
I worry that you can't forget about it, though, is the problem.
Yeah, because it's such a distinct...
Even if you forget everything about it, like, you just forget everything, the minute you start playing it, and you start finding clues, you're just gonna remember everything.
Yeah.
Because it's a distinct mystery.
It really is. But, speaking of mystery games, I don't know if this came across your radar, Sean, but we just found out that Disco Elysium got a sequel. Literally, I think it got shadow dropped.
Yeah, Zero Paradise.
Yeah. So that's finally an excuse to go back and play Disco Elysium and actually beat it this time. Yes,
yeah, just the unforgettable dead pixel on the dartboard.
Such a rude little detail. Extremely rude detail, that. Are you still loading on that side?
But, oh, there it goes.
There it goes.
I guess it didn't register my click.
I was about to say it doesn't even say it's waiting. Yeah, it didn't even say it was loading. It said it was waiting for confirmation.
You dare to argue with your master?
Yeah, I guess it didn't register my click. I don't know.
Happens.
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed. Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning? Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril.
I like how everyone has a default voice.
Prayers will not help you now, servants of the damned. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels.
Oh no, he had a shotgun. It's all over.
Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. Strange guests indeed. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness.
Abelard, if you would be so
kind. Seneschal takes a deep breath.
Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Daniel von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronus expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the nobility custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on this station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once.
In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There's a dangerous glint in the man's dark-shrouded eyes. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traitors. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Urek 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orsilio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you're not on the guest list. The navigator looks at his guards and winces. The soldiers are quivering as if their tormented flesh were being flayed, yet they keep clutching their weapons. Provide me with a navigator, and I will immediately depart the station. I came here in search of a navigator, so you are coming with me. Why would a keeper of the station command vile mutants condemned by the Emperor? Provide me with a navigator, I will immediately depart the station. I do not think that is possible. Urek 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, Bellic gestures at the disorder around him. You have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. Yes, terrible timing. Couldn't be helped.
Can't be helped. Can't be helped.
I came here in search of a navigator, so you're coming with me. Is that so? Even wounded, Felix Orsilio remains composed. I do not think so. You cannot force me. You can only end my life. But that is not your heart's desire, is it? Perhaps we can help one another and reach a more beneficial agreement. What agreement are you talking about? You came to this station for a reason. House Orsilio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we'll reach an agreement. Oh my god, the room is shaking. That you will find satisfying. Be it riches, influence, or the power of our navigators. Okay, and why would a keeper of the station command vile mutants condemned by the Emperor? Blame lies with Theobald Orsilio, the second keeper of Urek 5. The old man was a great navigator, but he can no longer control his powers. I begged him to retire, but he was too obsessed with our mistress, Lady Cassia. His madness and stubbornness spelled a doom for the entire station, for he opened his third eye in a fit of rage and unleashed the horrors of the warp on those who displeased him. The Theobald, I knew, would never have used his powers in such a reckless manner. This will be difficult to explain to the uninitiated, but I am going to try. The warp currents in this system have been tumultuous for dozens of cycles, and have worn the veil between our world and the Immaterium thin and frail, at least here on the station. The ruinous powers are trying to tear it down completely and corrupt all living things. The servants were the first to fall victim to it. Oh, their bodies morphed, and pain and despair drove the poor souls mad. The lunatics took my mistress prisoner and almost destroyed the station. But I rallied the few who would still follow the light to the Golden Throne to set things right. Lord Navigator here speaking the unvarnished truth. I bet the station is full of voices and whispers, all trying to break through from the other side, waiting for you to reach out and swing the door open wide. I sincerely hope the influence of the Immaterium has not yet affected your body and your soul. With all due respect, I advise you not to remain at the station. Return to your void ship. I need to save Lady Cassia. If you are not willing to help or indeed risk your life, you must leave now. What kind of help are you talking about? I still have a question concerning the situation.
Thinking about mystery games, the Paranorma site duology is floated back into my memories. A pair of games about supernatural curses and multiple perspectives of the same story. Yeah, I actually have that on my list. I am playing that soon.
Fair enough.
That is actually very, very high on my list.
Is that what you sent me earlier?
No.
No, that was a different game. Okay.
No, but the Paranorma site, the second game, like, just came out. Like, very recently.
Fair enough. Taken by force, I do not care about your mistress. I am looking for a navigator, and you will too. I like that option because that implies you could just skip this entire section. You could just be like, actually, I'm not going to help resolve things on Uric 5. I'm taking you, and we are leaving. I hope you enjoy it.
It looks really good.
If it's not what you sent me earlier, then I'm not sure I'm actually
it's
familiar.
by Square Enix. It is... It plays a lot like... what would be a game, though? It's kind of like like a puzzle visual novel type deal. It looks really good. I can send you some...
I recognize the cover art. Never mind.
Yeah.
Indeed.
It's been on my wish list for a minute. I was gonna play it soon.
Fair enough. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet... Bielek takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces at the pain. And yet, Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left. My wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orsilio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Alright, and how do I restore the power? Station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. And how do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. Pascal excitedly reaches for a data slate. Requesting access to Object's data crypt, the novice nobility use independent modifications of standard sanguinary technologies due to the uniqueness of the genetic code inherent in the lineage of each house. Felix looks exhausted, but arrogant resolve bolsters his voice. And these technologies were made secret for a reason. I must respectfully decline your request, esteemed servant of the Omnissiah. You have your sacraments, and we have ours. So simple, why don't you do it yourself? I guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, descendant of the von Valancius line? The load of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you, if not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. It will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. Rogue Trader's aid will cost House Orcelio, but you should rejoice, your mistress will live. Rescue your mistress, but in return I require that House Orcelio sign a contract with me, with my protectorate. Take it by force, I do not care. What are we thinking? I'm thinking either option 2 or maybe 5.
Two seems like it'd get on their good side at least.
2 seems like we're doing it for the good of the Imperium, sure, but we might not necessarily get something out of it because we're not agreeing to that up front. Whereas 5 demands that they actually contribute to it if we help them. We'll go with 2. We'll go with 2. Nods curtly. You should hurry then. We'll stay here to hold the line and lick all wounds. Good luck, Rogue Trader. May the Emperor's light be with you. And we received a phylactery of blood. Alright. We have a whole station to explore. And there appears to be loot.
Hooray! I have characters again. Hot dog.
Haha, you can move.
I get why they didn't bother, but I do wish I had some sort of avatar in the bridge.
Yeah.
Who shields the rulers of this fortress against death and darkness? Why then are the vox channels dead? And why is the air not filled with the holy binaric rhythms?
The station's lack of response to our ship's hails was already suspicious. I am no less uneasy after the Magos' words. Hands at your weapons.
Fair enough.
Indeed.
So he thinks
So we
that there
go
might
in-
be more going on here than what we're being led on to believe.
Are we going through the door first, or to the
I believe
that a door?
that door
it just says turn
straight
on.
ahead says turn on. That's the elevator, which should
That's an
not be
elevator.
active right now. So I believe we
Keep
need to
your
jump.
wits about you.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Works for me.
Let us explore.
Remember to not get too separated.
Yep. Nope. I am following. I'll be damned. Whatever else he just said. I'll be damned.
Mumbles.
Somebody gave the veil between the worlds a good thrashing.
I better myself through my service.
Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slitting their guts wide open.
Ugh. And there's a servant over there who's not even paying attention to anything that's going on. There's 2 of them, even.
Many such cases.
I always have a
Acquisition is possible.
Found a mutated flesh sample. Fair enough.
Helpful.
A grenade, a handgun. Another servant mumbles incoherently. Oh. Ah, protect the child! Oh, I see.
You know, usually I'm all for protecting the children.
But I will grant
But for somehow I don't think these guys are on the same page as me.
I don't think they have the same concept for protection that you might. Protecting the little girl? Oh, there's another guy over here. Didn't even see him.
Oh
mutant
yeah, I
trader.
didn't see him.
He's over on our side. Oh god, there's one right next to Idira. What are you doing? How'd you two get over here?
Oh, I thought the one next to Idira was the one you were talking about.
No, I'm referring to the one by Pascal.
Yeah.
If you look to the right of him, there's another one.
Yeah, I
We're
see him, I see
pinned
him, I
in.
see him. I'm gonna put Argenta up there. She'll take care of him.
Well, Pascal can handle himself.
Argenta, I want her up there because she has a sniper, and that gives her the high ground.
That's fair. That's why
At
I'm
least a
keeping
little bit.
Daniel up here. In fact,
Abelard is down there at the bottom. He'll try and rush him.
fair.
That's all I can do.
Idira is the very last of the turn order. Holy
Yeah, we're gonna
shit.
get this navigator. That's gonna be our second permanent party member.
Finally, Jesus.
Because you're never gonna take her out of the group.
Yeah.
It'll be Abelard, Argenta is a permanent, Pascal's a permanent.
Oh, for
We're
sure.
actually we're filing out our party pretty well.
Yeah. Abelard, Argenta, and Pascal are definitely going to be permanents, which leaves 2 slots for swapping. Technically, when we get this next person, we'll have finally filled out the party.
Yeah, well, I've filled out the party in all 3 of your people.
Yeah.
Because you have Daniel, you'll have Pascal, and you'll have the navigator.
Yep. Pretty much. And then that'll leave one
I have
slot
me and Argenta,
open.
and then I just need to find myself a permanent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I can leave
you know,
one slot open for just whoever we feel.
Yeah. Idira's cool, but she has a lot of downsides to having her around.
Well, not only that, but I believe the Navigator plays similarly. So, it, you know.
Are you positioned?
Yeah, sorry. Start battle, start battle.
It's a turn-based battle. We
Yep,
gotta
yeah.
get these turns rolling.
Let's get these turns rolling. You're right.
Strengthens me.
We already waited on me to not click a loading screen. Oh, cover's breaking. Forgot about that. My Abelard might be in danger. Good. He enjoys danger.
Yeah,
We
I'm
got
actually really
terrible
excited to revisit
initiative.
Disco Elysium. I think I've made this comment the last couple times we've streamed this. I'm very anxious to replay it because I remember really enjoying it, but I did not end up beating it.
I'll make it up.
Disco Elysium has a lot of ideas.
It's a very
A lot of very
interesting
profound
game.
ideas.
But I remember really enjoying it. But we did not beat it. And, die! And honestly,
servants
like,
can always
right
run.
now, off the top of my head, I also cannot remember what most of the game is about. I just remember enjoying it. And with it being a mystery game in its own right, that does in fact mean... Oh! Dodge! Solid!
We all managed to live through that. It was a shotgun. Ow.
Go hand in hand.
Stay vigilant.
That hurt.
But yeah. I don't know if it'll be what we play next after Rogue Trader. Specifically because it is also an isometric... I don't want to say turn-based game, because it's not really. It's its own thing. But...
It's a
It is
CRPG.
yeah. In its own right, it is a CRPG.
Dedicated.
Not that that's going to matter for a hot minute. I mean, we're still not even out of Act 1. We're going to be playing this for a hot minute. Granted, I think Act 1 is the longest act in the game, maybe?
We have literally nothing to base that off of.
Nope.
My faith strengthens me.
Oh yeah, I was prone. So that was a waste of turn.
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunate. And chances are he's gonna get knocked prone again.
Well, we'll see.
They have the weapons down there.
Oh boy, here we go. Failed decorations already 9. Well, get away from them so they won't be in the blast radius if you decide to absolutely
To become a
eat
mini
shit.
boss.
What is this foreboding?
There's a lot of downsides to Adira. She could be very powerful.
Well, I guarantee some of those downsides
point-
will definitely
point-
carry over to Cassia.
Point in favor. She can have she could be very powerful. She just took out 5 people.
In one move.
But she could also become a mini boss.
But she can also become a mini boss at the drop of a hat.
There's a lot of
Yeah, that is probably
lot
the
of,
last of the
mutants.
warp power that she will be using this fight. Because it is now very high. The degradation is. And I'm not going to be pushing my luck. That is cover, but it is not marked as cover on the actual UI. Interestingly enough.
It's damaged.
Okay, well then we will come over here. And then... shoot. All 42%. Why? Why are you all such a low chance? I have like a assault las gun, not a sniper.
Yeah, you're not holding a sniper.
Fair enough. Then
Assault
shoot wide.
gun is a medium ranged weapon, not a long ranged.
Yep, nope, that checks. That'll do it.
I'll make it happen.
Ha ha!
This is actually the first time you played this game and not had a sniper.
Yeah, I think that's why I was confused.
You're like, I'm the sniper. He was
That's
not
what I
in fact
do.
the sniper. You have a handgun, so you can shoot me in the head with it.
This is also true. Although I don't know if I'll get to do that this session.
Well, with
or
any luck, they'll
this
be dead
battle.
before you have to.
This is also true. 85% chance.
No, that's me.
Yes, I know, Abelard. Calm
I'm
down.
glad that lightning arced around me.
Break their morale.
Pascal, you scary.
Damn, Pascal, you scurry.
Please don't shoot Abelard with a shotgun. He needs a turn.
That
Just
he
one
does.
is all I'm asking for.
Oh yeah, since last time.
Yeah.
I bought
67.
some more miniatures. I got 2 of the Nightblade. Hold on. What are they called? Night
Yeah, I know you had the
Armingers.
day off yesterday.
Imperial Knights.
Did you end up priming them?
I did not know. I have not primed them yet. They are built, though.
I want to go for the trader in the far back. It's a 67, which isn't bad.
That's not terrible.
We'll go for it.
Strike
There we
is a
go.
prayer.
The horde grows. So it does. Granted, I don't think I can use those in a Tyranid army. As much as the Nightblade system does exist, I believe that's what it's called, a free blade. I don't think they work with Tyranids. But I can tell you, it has been very difficult not to get to the rogue, or not rogue trader, the Mechanicum Combat Patrol. I haven't decided which one I want, though. There's 2 different versions of it, and I've been looking at both of them.
I took care of this one.
Oh, he thinks he can parry me, huh?
Parry this, you casual! Very nice.
He
Unfortunately,
didn't parry it, but
he
he
did
did not
live.
fall either. Unfortunate. Do you want to run up to him and just slap him?
Yeah, will do.
Cover me.
I got a new orc as well. He's on a motorcycle.
Farewell.
You haven't built him yet, though, have you?
No.
Gotcha.
I was thinking I might save it for vacation.
Ooh, fair.
I mean, we'll probably also stop by the shop and maybe look at some more.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean, if we end
Figured
up
I'd have
going
some
to the
free
shop in Peculiar, Then
Because I got some for. I don't remember if I showed you, but I got some. I sent some for Dad for Father's Day.
I saw Noel sent a video of him opening it. The thing is he didn't show what he actually received. Just the box.
So I bought for Father's Day. I got him Thousand Suns box, but it was which I know is technically not his army, but like he's the one who builds them. So, but it's like these two like Egyptian like pharaoh mechs, which looked really sick. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I'll send them to him. And I'm like, I expect he'll probably have them already built by the time we're down. I mean, it's like 5 days.
Yeah, but then again, he's been very busy.
Evidently. This is, Yeah, Argenta is really good at her job. I don't think I've had a single complaint about Argenta. I'll just take all of that. All right.
Yep. The looting system in this game is extremely satisfying because it doesn't make you do every individual person.
It's like, yep, job's done.
As long as they're within a specific range, it all just works. It grabs everything. And I can appreciate that in a game. Goods. Intercepted conversation between security officers.
Navigator flesh symbol. Interesting.
I think I found a document. Already read that one. That's the prison guard key. Unfinished list. From...
Just filter newest, oldest.
Yeah. Just in case. Cyphus on the training of worthy servants at the court of the Navis Nobilite. A good major domo attempts to nurture one of the finest of flowers in the garden that is in their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the... What? Make sure that... I don't think that one mattered.
No, the intercepted conversation was...
Tremendous honor! Yes, but
yeah, that was...
this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the God Emperor, well, you are a strapping lad. You will probably make it for Cycler 3. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. Best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that keeps stealing our... Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down, the Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish on... Be quiet! He might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering unit. They haven't let in a single outsider in over 10 years. But Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he finds out Keeper Felix didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. God forbid! I try to steer clear of the squabbles among the highborn. Some of Keeper Felix's orders make little sense. Like the last time he commanded that we cut off communications with Rykad Minoris for a while. Why would he do that? Looks like he grew tired of the Winterscale Scion's visits. Well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Felix. That's right. If the Highborn have grown tired of each other, let them deal with it. That is so true. Clearly, you need to get a mini of your Rogue Trader character. I agree.
Well, if someone can figure out how to rip models from the game, I'd be more than happy to oblige.
I haven't checked to see if that's even a thing. The Lady Navigator statue looks pristine and new.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Lore Imperium.
I
Examine.
always get the job
Statue by
done.
the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicle Zacharian Veron the Magnificent. The 23rd year of this millennium original. Oh. And one more book. Oh. Is this another read? No. Data Crypt H40KO. Data Crypt carries an inscription on its fusing case H40K. Okay, yeah, okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Maybe that's something we can investigate further when we get back to the ship.
I can barely understand cogs when they talk, but it seems I'm going to have plenty of opportunities to bone up on my translation skills. True
what
believers will
engine was this
find
game made
common
in?
ground. If not in words, then in a shared
That's a question.
desire to cleanse this world
That
of
is a good
corruption.
question. I mean, I know the developers were Owlcat. I don't know.
It was made in Unity? There's probably a way to rip files from Unity.
Yeah, I cannot remember offhand. Which is funny, considering it probably says it every single time we boot up the game. Nothing there. Medicaid. Oh! Ah, protect the child!
Gee. Do you think... Oh. Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Don't know what I expected, really.
Never
Medicaid.
doubt me.
Deep cut extends across the mutant's throat, and the Holy Aquila has been carved into their forehead. Traitors are often executed in this way. I see. Research notes. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths so that we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis nobility. Just as we thought, the navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders. After this reckless experiment, nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All of the data related to the experiment were recoded to data crypt K04OH. I will get back to them later once I am done with experiment H410K. Now I mentioned that the chunk of the meteorite found by Keeper Felix subject is completely useless. Although its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Ripping isn't successful. I know sites like Hero Forge exist. This is true. This is true. You could try
That'd be
and
one way to do it.
duplicate
but,
it to your best ability.
Yeah, at that point it'd be trying to duplicate it, yeah. I don't know if Hero Forge has a lot of... I know it has some, but I don't know if it has a lot of, sci-fi and modern, accessories.
Right.
So it's mostly for D&D.
The cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Tech Priest's Vox system emit a binaric trill, and his mechadendrites start furiously lashing at the air. I am recording blasphemy. The person found guilty of such cruelty to a noble mechanism must be sentenced to immediate destruction. Awaken the cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activations lever. The cracked vid screen on the sacred engine flickers. Cogitator inside emits creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator systems. Alright. Let's go ahead and examine the log. The archived data stored on the cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox Report 12AH890. Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. Tech Priest, crews sent to investigate the problem, is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply, and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. You're in doubt, shoot to kill. Following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Examine recent entries into the incident log. Report X880, originator classified, date classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. New batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainers resistant to the child's powers. Data expunged. Station's docking log. Identity confirmed. Regent Oronto Orcelio. Data visit classified. Reason classified. Date of departure classified. Security and life support logs. Yellow lights above the control panel flicker, and a singular repeating message streams down the vidscreens. Warning. Damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning. Living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning. Unable to access the station's docking system. Warning. Energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. Pascal casts a brief glance at the vidscreen and speaks dryly. The imminent demise of this void station is affirmed. The damage to its core infrastructure has reached critical mass, at which point further degradation has commenced in a cascading configuration. View the encrypted data. Something buzzes in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Required access level security captain or above. Current access level senior security officer. Break through the machine's guardian's defenses. You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. Cogitator's overloaded processors were unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the Purge protocol. Recovery is impossible. But a list of the most recent commands, having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness, now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child, delete picked, flow, disabled access code, annual station, control, delete, activate, shuttle, self-destruct, purge, command, log. Exploring the archive for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keeper of the station have access to the life support systems. But Keeper Theobald has not left the child's side, and neither had I. But it be that... ... Request data on the station's navigators? After a brief pause, the data appears. Felic Orsilia, location main hall, alive. Theobald Orsilia, location upper chambers, alive. Elamira Orsilia, location upper chambers, deceased. Alexius Orsilio, location lower levels, deceased. Rasmus Estevan Orsilio, location unknown, deceased. We don't know where he's at, but we're pretty sure he's dead. So only two of them are known and alive. That's rough. And we've met one of them, and the other one's insane. Child, location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperatures, stress level exceeds the permissible limit, status unknown error. Attention, calming procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. The rod has been misplaced. Immediately contact a station keeper or the novice laboratorum custodian. Switch to the main chamber controls. Cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. Tired machine spirit grants you access to the station control. Or at least it's parts that still obey the cogitator. Open all doors on this level. I don't know. Does that sound like a good idea? Yeah, sure, we'll do it. Cogitator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirit had fled their mechanical casket. But your assumption is incorrect, as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning! Data corrupted. Processing. Error is required. If only I had a soundboard, I could do like the dial-up sound right there, because I'm not even going to attempt to do that. Skeeter. Pascal's Vox systems emit a binaric trill. The spirits of this sacred machine require special purification rituals in order to restore utilization of the lingua more familiar to the citizens of the Imperium. Requesting access to the device. Go ahead. Pascal's fingers drum out a resonant crescendo on the control panel as his mechadendrites remove the metal cover and the data cord slides in the machine's innards. The cogitator's body starts crackling with electrical impulses, and the tech priest nods with satisfaction. A few minutes later, Pascal raises his hands above the machine, chants a brief litany only he can understand, and pushes the surviving stump of one of the levers. My humble prayers have satisfied this machine's requirements. Alright. Logic Armory. The vid screen lights up with a smattering of unfamiliar green symbols. You hear a peculiar click from somewhere behind you. It appears one of the doors in the chamber has opened. So does that not work for all of them? Main hall. Library. Adjacent compartment. Technical areas. Guard room. Laboratory. Surely I should open all of the doors, and nothing bad will ever happen from that. We're not going to let anything out that will potentially absolutely decimate us. A passage has been opened. Main elevator controls. Activate the elevator. Processing query confirmed. Right. Step away. We could call Ryken Minoris. I don't think we'll get anything out of that. Cannot carry out your command. Okay. You thank the machine spirits and reset the operating protocol. Alright, we have a lot to explore on this floor because
Keep
all
your
of the doors
wits
should in
about you.
fact be open.
Nice.
Goods. Rough, bloody sketch. The crumpled sheet of paper with a drawing of a tall woman and a dark-eyed monster, painted with fresh blood. Ew.
Operation successful. Is there money to be made?
There's another sniper rifle.
Oh, very nice, very nice. I might duel... No. I don't know. I don't know. Because you are right. Every single other time that we've gotten through this intro bit, I have always gone with a sniper. Maybe I shouldn't do that this time. We'll change things up. Clear. Athletics, 100%.
As long as you remember you are clearing it up.
Yeah.
Gloves.
Gloves.
+5 to persuasion. Gloves.
Oh, then Daniel should definitely be wearing those. Daniel
He's a rather
von Valentin.
persuasive kind of guy.
He has the gloves of endurance on. Whenever the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1 bonus to damage until the end of combat. You know who that should
Abelard
really
might
go
put that
on? It should go on Idira.
Yeah, that's also fair.
Who did you suggest?
Abelard.
Does he fall?
Because he keeps getting slapped. He has died a couple of times.
Suffers an injury or falls unconscious. He does quite often get injuries.
He is the one getting slapped a lot. And the gloves he's currently wearing right now just increases tech boosts, which doesn't do anything for him.
Then yeah, you go ahead and
He's just
take
wearing
that.
them
You go
to
ahead
be
and take
wearing
that.
them, since no one else wanted it at the time.
Because I am trying harder not to have Idira absolutely eat shit due to warp malfunction.
He gets injured because he's usually surrounded by a bunch of enemies.
Yeah.
I mean,
Some of their attacks
just-
inflict major injuries just by
yeah,
attacking.
just by getting hit by them.
Yeah. So yeah, you are correct. That makes a lot of sense to throw that on him. Warp Seer's Goggles grants +3 lore for warp. I'm assuming that's a hat.
It's goggles.
It is goggles.
It's a hat, yeah.
Oh! Why scree purple all of a sudden?
Where'd you
That seems suspicious. I went back to the main room.
I'm in my inventory. Don't scare me.
Okay, yeah. Nope, I will back up.
Have a backup
You
plan.
spooked me.
Quite. I think our party is coming along. Yeah, that is right. That is a two-handed, and those are both ones. That is right. Warp vision,
Yeah.
perhaps. It's either that, or when we open up the laboratory, there was a warp demon in there, and he's not happy. Or I guess he's very happy that he's now out. Be funny coincidence
Funny
for those
coincidence.
goggles if so. You get to see warp lore +3. Me walks in there.
Warp vision. Alright. Where are we going?
I'll swap to a sniper. I had walked back out into the main hall because that's the only way to go. And as soon
You
as I
saw
walked,
purple?
like, right here,
Always keep
like,
your
the
eye on
entire
prize.
border of the screen turned, like, a warpish purple. But I think we want to try and go this way because this door opened up.
Sounds legit.
It's definitely open.
Goods. Data crypt KO40H.
Biogel, black water, unidentified acid.
This task should have been
Someone
accomplished
disrupted
easily.
this experiment in the most brutal fashion. It is impossible to determine what was inside of it. Oh, I'm sure we'll find out.
Oh, I actually remember this. And what's wild is I don't remember if we were able to solve this. Because there is a puzzle to be had here.
I don't remember. I don't remember this at all.
If I remember correctly, we can get a bonus on...
Transductor, control rod, data connectors. Is this the puzzle?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, we need to take some of the navigator flesh and combine it to redo the
We just
experiment.
got so many notes.
Yeah, we got all of the notes and everything to do this. Although it looks like this was to remake the control rod, maybe. No.
Time
no,
passed,
it was
10
not.
minutes.
10 minutes have passed, but we have the control rod. So that part of it's done.
Well, I just picked up 2 books worth of information just now. So.
Okay, well, let me read through them.
Okay.
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 Unless you'd like to do the honors.
No, you got it. You're good.
Alright. More and more
I don't want to
servants
steal your thunder.
are being influenced by the immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns of the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. One more thing, the tech priest blessed the data crypt H410K for the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. Should remind the technomats to deliver the sacred mechanism into Magos Dioctius's capable hands. So whatever we do, do not use acid. That's what I got from that one. Experimental section, the child's influence on the psycho-emotional states of various representatives of the Imperium. Access level Orsilio T Prime. Experiment H45451. Subgroup lowborn male. Test subjects exhibit sign of acute stress. Majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretion, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of those secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. Subject finds shouts exhibited concern over abominable tentacles and void worms. Hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Lowborn female. Test subject died within a few hours of entering the laboratories adjacent to the child's chambers. Most had their tongues bitten off or their jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of the skull, cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting the walls or the floor. Subgroup, a paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by a manufactorum accident, male. Subject noted a tingling sensation of the deteriorated tissue. Hearing regent Aranto Orsilio's visit to the child, the test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. Lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. A defective offspring of Lord P. Orsilio, pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation. Test subject here. Child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. A surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. Okay, well that second one had nothing to do with this puzzle, but the first one did. So tissue, we have mutated, navigator, or flesh sample. I think we wanted to go with the navigator flesh sample. Data crypt connector. So we have H410K, H040H, and H40KO. I believe H40KO had gone haywire and was being sent to be fixed. I think the one they're using is H410K. So we'll throw that in there. Catalyst flask. Whatever you do, do not use acid. Blackwater had no effect, if I remember from the thing earlier, so let's try the biogel. And the reagent flask. I don't have a reagent, so I can't do anything there. Maybe that's why we need the transductor. Perhaps. I believe they said adamantine did a good job. So we'll go ahead and powder that down. And then I can come over to the reagent. Throw in that. And now activate the device. Fuck!
Ow! Well, that seemed counterproductive, good sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have failed. And we did not, in fact, save before that. So, that is just what it is. I did my best.
Oh. Oh well.
Yeah, I don't know what we get out of that, but our last save was when we first got to this station, so it ain't happening. Speaking of, we should save. +5 major injuries on everyone.
You're the one in control of the saves, my good man.
Yeah, I just figure it would have auto-saved at some point during all of that mess. But, I digress. I believe we need to make our way back to the elevator now. We have the control rod, we have... The elevator has power, so I think we make our way back up this way.
Or get left in the dust.
Lovely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we return. Cyril looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress a life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder, then starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the cursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy. They fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Who is who do you see behind the masks? My whispers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Thank you, I did not understand a single word. Tell me more what paths. I cannot say one is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. I'm half tempted to actually do thank you. I didn't understand a single word, because I really didn't. Thank you, everything is clear now. Hydira nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eye. This station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyche. Felix waves Hydira off and looks at you expectantly. Many questions regarding what happened on the station. Keep the key, hand over the key. I mean, who's to say I can't just walk up to that door and use the key, rather than giving it to you and then potentially having bullshit happen. So I will keep the key. Darkness swirling in Felix Orcelia's bottomless eyes at the bears as he bares his sharp teeth in a defensive snarl. Care to explain yourself, scion of Von Valence's dynasty? What is the meaning of this? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. Keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. Child is what the station servants call Lady Cassia. For the commoner's dirty mouth must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are able to speak. Madmen, I thought, were convinced that we were the traitors. Servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. The madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. Felix gives an indifferent shrug. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the rambling of retainers who dared to raise their hand against the scion of noble bloodline? Alright. The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most of the corpses were unarmed or feeble. Warp corrupts not only the soul, but just as much the body and the mind. Mad and furious, a single servant wielded more strength than an entire squad of the mistress's personal guards. Bodyguards had their minds fogged as well, but their hone will let them hold out just long enough to destroy those who rushed in to assault them with bare hands. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there are two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orcelio, the demented old man, obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Urek V and our noble line. Listen to a recording of a private conversation between the station officers. You were very lenient towards them, purposefully neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. Keeper spits out the last few words with a particular bitterness. So the security captain's report, only the keepers have access to station systems. Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed. Or maybe after. Or Felix's stern face twisted together. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God Emperor! You will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. Alright. So what do we think? Do we trust him? Honestly, a part of me was half-jokingly expecting warp madness if things went horribly wrong. You know what? It's still a possibility. Warp madness still on the table. I mean, just leave it to Hydira. The next time we're in a fight, she'll probably blow up and we'll have to fight 3 bosses. There is a lot there that does not line up.
Yeah. I don't know, the whole thing's pretty sketch.
Like, literally all of it.
What do you think?
I don't trust him in the slightest. But I don't know if we say that we don't trust him, if it's immediately going to turn into a fight, or if we can say we don't trust him and detain him. You know what I mean? Like, we could say we don't trust him, but not immediately kill the guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah. When I don't know. We
I
did
would
just
not
save at
trust
least.
you as far as I could throw you, Bellic or Celio. It really is time to
Yeah,
end this.
okay, we're killing him.
It's hoping to
Oh,
find
well.
an ally in you, but you are merely delaying the sorrowful end to your story. Prepare to die.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Well,
None of you shall survive.
I suppose we kill him then.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the only thing we can do. That all sounded extremely sus, and unfortunately not all of it could be accounted to the other guy being insane. So some of it was definitely him.
We're gonna have to kill him, Miku. Darn it. Is
Oh,
that
no!
meme? Do you know that meme?
Yeah, I've seen it.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I have to clarify, because sometimes I'll say something and you just look at me like I'm insane.
Nope, that one I have specifically seen. So I know what you're going on about that time. Sometimes I sit there and I'm like, what are you going on about, mate? This is where my parents died, Parappa.
Stop it!
What? What on earth did he just do?
I don't actually know.
Lidless stare?
I mean, he is a navigator. He probably just opened up his third eye.
Hold on. Can I get... Lidless stare... did a bunch of damage to everyone, okay. No lasting effects, though, doesn't it? So I think we're fine.
Yeah, but with him being a navigator, I guarantee there's going to be some veiled degradation in this fight. Unavoidable. Could not be helped.
Well, that just means you should use the veil while you can early on.
True.
It's at
True,
0
true,
right
true.
now.
It's at
So you might as
zero
well use
right
your
now.
most powerful ability.
You're right. I like the way you think. No one's
Kills
clumped
everyone
up.
in the room.
No one's clumped up. If I shoot this off, it'll also smack Abelard. This is a risk I'm
Abelard
willing
can
to
take
take.
it.
Will do.
He's strong, he can take it.
My ears are ringing.
I've suffered worse.
Flesh wound.
Was that
On
you?
his turn, he's gone straight for Felic. He's gonna stab him.
Yep, solid. Solid choice.
That's his plan.
Alright, you go up and smack this guy, I suppose. Die!
Oh, close.
Was not an instant kill, but you know what? I'm willing to accept that.
That's rare for Pascal.
Yeah. That means these guys are getting HP. Haha, we're dodging!
Stay vigilant.
Something worse.
Didn't dodge that.
And he dodges. He's quite the pro.
He's got a shotgun, don't you know?
Da 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 da.
Ah, just a little bit too far away on that one. That's
So I
shame.
just found out that for David Annenborough's birthday, LEGO has upped the age limit of their goods to 100 plus.
It's no longer 9 to 99.
9 to 99. If you're over 99, piss off.
There we go.
But now you can be 100 plus. Good to know. It's always been weird to me that they even specified an upper limit.
Yeah, it doesn't need an upper limit, but they do it anyway.
Especially if that upper limit is 99 years old, i.e., the average, like, Not above average lifespan.
Way above average.
Yeah. Like, the average lifespan is like 65 to 70, if that. Don't even need the upper limit, let's be real.
They do it for the love of the game. Yeah, I saw that one coming. What can you do?
Kill him.
Weather the storm. Follow my lead.
Oh!
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
You got this, Abelard. We believe in you.
One fewer target.
One
did it.
fewer target. Yeah, at least that's the main guy down.
Yeah, that's just cleaning up at this point.
Yeah. Honestly, if I were the bodyguards, I'd just surrender.
Well, you know.
Then again,
it's
we would
Warhammer.
just kill them.
Yeah. They
So-
said that they're gonna die anyway.
Yeah.
Or worse.
Or worse. They could be servitors.
I am ready for whatever comes. Your end was inevitable. I'll see to it personally. It's as good as...
Oh!
Cleanses the body.
Alright, idea. Veil degradation is still 0. Do what you will with that information. Yoink. Your life is forfeit.
Man got chipped.
I must not falter.
That man got chipped too.
I've actually been looking at a Lego set. There is like a
Eradicated.
Japanese garden fountain type Lego set that I might pick up for my desk at work.
Onward.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think it's got like a cherry blossom tree and like a little fountain setup type deal. I can't remember exactly what the set's called, but I could probably Google it. The Lego Icons Tranquil Garden Building Set.
Isaac.
Yeah. Goes for about $100.
That's pretty cheap
Yeah.
in terms of
Lego. Alright, battle is over. Congrats,
Everyone's
everyone.
dead.
It's unfortunate it came to this. We can never come back to the station again.
Did we put everything into storage?
No. We should have everything still on us.
Oh, my inventory is just empty. Nope, it wasn't. Never mind.
You were on a
forgot I
different
was
tab.
on a different tab. Yep. I thought it defaulted back to the alt tab when you closed it. It did not.
It does not. You are correct.
That's on me. Staff of Orcelio is a navigator's weapon.
I see.
Mm.
I wonder if we'll be getting one of those soon. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. She's definitely not going to become a permanent part of my party. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Deadshot step revolver, a one-handed pistol that requires it requires 35 strength to wield.
Why does it need that much strength?
Because it does over penetration.
I see. Well, my guy does not have that kind of strength. He will need to upgrade his strength the next level. Granted, I don't know if I want to be doing more damage because the only reason I'm using that pistol is to shoot Abelard.
It does up to 16 damage. It's a good revolver.
This is true. This is true.
It's a good revolver, I grant you.
The mega pistol is right. Precise las pistol. It has 10% armor penetration. Getting through Abelard's thick skull.
It's got a plus 15% additional hit chance. What's your strength at right now?
30. I'd have to level up once.
Oh, yeah. Yikes.
Such things occur.
There you
go. Up the elevator?
Up. Save first?
I did. Don't want to carry a big iron on your hip. I have a big iron on my hip. And it's specifically
an iron sword.
It just happens to be aimed at Abelard's face.
You're getting a big purple motif from this room.
Yeah. Cassia, the pale figure with unnaturally long limbs, covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of your past warped nightmares re-emerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. I am registering abnormal activity in my tear ducts. The salts being produced by my body may negatively affect the performance of my respiratory apparatus. The vulnerability must be rectified. It has been logged. Heresy! Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face.
Yeah, that seems pretty accurate.
Abelard, is this? What vile creature is this? Argenta rid the world of her heresy. Requires iconoclast follower. Persuasion. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. Coercion. By the Emperor, if you do not stop your sorcery immediately, I will shoot you in the head. Wound her or attack. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. Persuasion succeeded. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was somebody calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? Daniel von Valancius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm looking for a navigator to join my crew. You look like you'll do. Matters literal, you profane creature. You will die regardless. Remain silent. You, girl, may address me as your lordship rogue traitor. My name is Daniel von Valancius. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features, and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Daniel, I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Theobald Orsilio. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has been ripped away from them. The child. Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child. Throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly, sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. That is a sentence. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make out as to whether you are enemy or an ally. I am warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orsilio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his.
Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are.
At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Yurik 5. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix's service. So, who are you? My name? Oh, excuse me. Abelard. Introduce us.
His lordship, rogue trader Daniel von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Corridus Expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings.
Damn straight I did.
My favorite bit in this game is the Abelard announcement.
We will do it every
Abelard
time.
Announcement.
Every
time it
single
gives
time.
the option, you have to do it.
I have to. I don't care what other options are even available. Even if it's like, oh yeah, if you say this, you are definitely going to have to fight the Emperor of Mankind. We will say, Abelard, announce me. It's just like we are standing at the Golden Throne looking the Emperor in the face. And they're like,
I'll say,
you?
You look at me when I'm talking to you, boy. Abelard, announce us.
Who are you? Emperor.
Foghorn Leghorn video.
Yeah. I'll say,
Look at me when I'm talking to you.
You've been lazing around while your sons are all over the galaxy raising hell. Now, I'm not saying you're a bad dad. Now, but I ain't saying you're a good one either. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Waiting for the day Abelard ends up having to speak an entire paragraph for an introduction. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Orsilio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. You look frightening. What service do you ask me? What is the curse that has taken a hold of everyone in this room? I want to know what happened between you and Felik. What service did you ask of me? Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood briskly away with the sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under its clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aronto, acting head of House Orsilio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing, with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. I want to know what happened between you and Felik. I believe I have made my decision. What happened between you and Felik? Felik is my wayward student. He came to Uruk 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child. To revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties, the legacy of the greatest of our Novitors, Trisephone Orsilio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novitors' throne. You're talking as though you expect to die. I feel like I accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age, and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, and a far-fetched idea of a bright future. You are speaking as though you expect to die here. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felik inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. If you need help, there is a Medicaid deck on my ship. No, I am the keeper of Uruk 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I believe I have made my decision. If that's so, please share your thoughts. Cassia shall come with me. Good, that is good. The old man nervously licks his lip, but do allow us to say our proper farewells. Theobald coughs up a more bluish blood.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Coronis Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Another trickle of blue blood runs down the old man's face, this time from his nose and ear.
No, not you too. Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze. You're coming with me. Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Urak 5, and alas, I have less than a day left in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Fearbold.
The crimson tears stained the Lady Navigator's white skin once again. But this time her power does not make everyone weep along with her. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances. Enough tears, you are coming with me now. Forgive the urgency, but we should leave the station immediately. The systems are unstable and may fail at any moment. I regret that we have had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Cassia looks sorrowfully at the destruction around her.
What are you going to do to me?
If you wish to leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract. You will undertake to serve as my navigator until I release you from that obligation. Lady Cassia, I, Daniel von Valancius, road trader of the Imperium Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Let us aid one another, become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orselio at the earliest opportunity. So obviously it's 2 or 3. I think I'll go with number 2.
Fair.
Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Fair enough. Let us leave. So the painting was rendered by several different hands, timid, uncertain lines, struck together.
We can level up.
We can level up! Well, no one appears to be living in the cage. Somebody filled the... Yeah, we should probably level up while we're here.
Might be a good chance to level up and take our break.
Yeah, that would be a good time. We are enjoying the game, yes. Thank you. Yeah, now would be a great time to level up. Let's see. I said I wanted to probably up my strength so I could use that one pistol. Just for the shits and giggles, honestly. Dash. Soldier immediately dashes in select direction, spending all of their movement points. Does not provoke attack of opportunities, though. But not through obstacles. Okay, so it does have to be through this list this time. Next range burst attack will have the base rate of fire doubled, but deal negative 25% less damage. Entrench immediately spends all of their AP and MP and gains a plus 30% bonus cover. They gain back all spent. Oh, that's interesting. Because I do have run and gun. Gain back all the spent AP and MP plus 1 additional AP. It also resets the cooldown of all of the other soldiers' abilities. That's interesting. Fires.
Yeah, we don't have that many levels left before it evolves into the next class.
This is true.
But I have like 4 levels
and
left.
We already have that. Yeah, it looks like it. 4 more levels, and then we'll move on to the next archetype. We'll go with... You know, I've been complaining about not having a dash. I will get dash. None of those were strength. What is my awareness? It's 50 currently, so if I upgraded it, it would go up to 60. Perception, demolition. Don't think I'll need to... In fact, we're going to have Argenta pretty much the entire game, so hers is already 75. That would be pointless. Athletics wouldn't be bad, though. In fact, no, I will get coercion, because my main character should definitely be able to persuade his way out of everything. That is simply how I've grown to exist in RPGs, because of Dragon Age. Operative, Innovation, Telepathy, Forsaken World, Unsinking Other. How about... Do you have any other unsanctioned Psyker stuff? Blade of Light. Force weapon, attack, deal +2 more damage, and have 10% more armor penetration. That's not bad. User... Psyker Minoris. Each level of Psi rating provides the Psyker access to new psychic powers. See. So if I get this, I get other psychic powers later on. Fair. Which I assume are these. No, those are... I'll go with Psyker Minoris for now. Logic and awareness, no. I don't need the tech use because we are going to have Pascal. Yeah, go ahead and up your warp lore. That'll do. And we'll upgrade Pascal. Anything specific to him? Tech Priest stuff. Ooh, Medicaid. The Tech Priest can use their Medicaid to restore the wounds of an ally once per combat. Increased shock damage dealt to the target to the... is reduced by -5. Oh, I actually like that. Yeah, we'll go with that. That sounds useful.
A lot of really cool talents right now.
Yeah, awareness. Nah. Maybe. We'll go with the lore on Xenos. And now our new one, Miss Cassia. And she has a lot to level up because we didn't get her immediately. So she has 7 level ups to go through. Now she is basically a Psyker just like Adira, isn't she? Aren't they the exact same
I have no idea.
Archetype officer. What are you?
She's an officer?
Operative, I see. Yeah, she's an officer archetype.
Interesting.
But I guarantee, like, I don't actually know what her abilities are. Voice of command. What abilities do you have? You have the Staff of House Orcelio, which is to attack, and then you have, maybe not. Okay. I thought she was like a Psyker.
I mean, I didn't remember that, but I trusted you.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, well. She has Lidless Stare, which is a Psyker-like move, I think. Lasting Impression, Officer. Uses their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capability of their allies, turning them to even greater threats. Well, extra turns, single target buffs, rescuing allies, momentum Finest hour. She's dogmatic. Which checks? Strength is only 25, weapon skills 30, ballistic skills are 30. She has high perception and willpower. She has a staff, and then she has just a basic auto pistol. Yeah, I don't know on this one. We'll up her willpower, I think. And we'll up her willpower, that's what it suggests. And then she has basic navigator stuff. And there's a lot of them to go through. Blood augury. Damn it. Yeah, excuse me if I'm getting if I'm a little quiet, because I am trying to read through this quickly.
How could you?
I know. What ebb and flow.
Yeah, Pascal has the highest Medicaid ability out of everyone.
And what's funny is I don't think he could use a medikit.
You need to get him the skill to use medkits.
It wasn't an option that time, or if it was, I completely skipped over it because I found a different medkit ability that doesn't even require him to use medkits. He just can heal an injury once per combat.
I mean, that's nice. But he has such a high medikit ability. It's on par with it's on par with mine. We both have 55.
Ebb and flow. Every even turn, the navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd turn, the navigator gains plus 20 perception. That just sounds interesting, so I'm gonna grab it. Next one. We haven't really been using heroic decks. We should probably start using them more frequently, but that means Blood of Martyrs by default isn't as useful to us right now because we haven't been using those really much at all. Commanding voice. Range of the officer increased by +3. Is increased by +6. That's not bad. Yeah, I'll get that. We'll do more willpower. Air of authority. Target is under the effect of voice of command. They will start their next turn with +1 additional action point. Okay. Urges an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stunned effects. That seems good. Break their ranks. Move. Take aim. Air of Authority would be good. What are some navigator-specific moves, though? Target gains increased hit chance on their next attack, dodge on their next dodge test, and chance of success on their next resistance test. These disappear independently from each other after being successfully applied. So Glimpse of Fate gives all 3 of those, and until all 3 are gone, they stay. That's interesting. Held in my gaze. Navigator deals damage to an enemy. They must pass a willpower resistance test or become immobilized until the start of the navigator's next turn. That could be good against bosses if you can get it off on them. Feel the light. The target ally gains plus... equation to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. That could be good. All of these are so interesting! All enemies within the area suffer a minus 22 penalty to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. All creatures in the area, all creatures, mind, that means it would work on allies as well, in the area are affected must pass a willpower resistance test or immediately move out of the zone, even if they are stunned or immobilized. This movement does trigger attacks of opportunity. I see. Interesting. All of those are so good. I'll do Glimpse of Fate, I think. These are all so cool. Unfortunately, I have not gotten to use Cassia in combat a lot, so I don't remember exactly how she functions. Obviously, I thought she was a psyker. But that also means I haven't had a chance to really look at any of this. Damage and suffer plus 10% damage from any source of warp damage. And it stacks. Up to 5 times. Eyes of Oblivion. Every enemy in the Navigator's line of sight it has their dodge and hit chance reduced by 5. Yeah, that sounds perfect. I like it. I will do that. Do you have the
Fosroda?
That's what it kind of sounded like on that one. She was just like, hey, everyone get out of this little section. You just Vos! Whenever a heroic is used in combat by any of the officers, next attack will cost 0 AP. That's nice. Example. Finest Hour upgrade. Target of Finest Hour gains additional bonuses. During their extra turn, target deals damage until the end of the turn. Target gains the effective voice of command. Target of Finest Hour. All negative effects are immediately removed until the end of the officer's next turn. The target cannot die. Gains plus blah blah blah. I like that one. We're going to go with that one. All negative effects are immediately removed from the target, and until the end of the officer's next turn, that target just cannot die. Their wounds will never be reduced below 0. Below 1. That just sounds so useful. That's going to come in clutch while we're fighting the last boss. I go like, oh god, he's killing everyone, hurry, bam! And then the boss is just gonna wail on Abelard, and Abelard just won't fall. And then we will win.
And then we will win.
Perception. Sure. I don't know what I'm doing with those. I don't know what stats she needs. Whenever the Navigator uses a Navigator power, Veil Degradation is reduced by 1. Navigator heals 6 wounds at the beginning of every turn, and gains +1 additional wounds for every Navigator talent taken. Whew, The healing increased by 1 for every creature killed in between the next. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go with that. That sounds useful. There was no downside. Weapon skill, but I should probably get one of these up because it's only 30, right? We'll go with weapon skill. Sure. She is leveled up. There we go. Alright, well, I am gonna go ahead and take a break real quick.
Keep your wits about you.
I guess I could have done that while I was on break, but whatever. But I'll be right back, and then we will return to the ship and go from there. So, I shall return. Hello, hello, hello. We're back.
Yippee.
Yippee. We'll save. Alright, so now... What, we head back to the ship?
Is there money to be made?
Oh, was there stuff? There is stuff to investigate in this room. There you got a private library. That was what there was to investigate in this room.
Not too much. So I guess we're good.
Yeah, I think we can leave.
And the void ship. Yeah. Welcome back to the flight of the Navigator.
Wait,
wrong
we're on
sci-fi
sci-fi media.
Welcome back to the Skybox, which is what we named the void ship bridge.
Yes. Oh, cutscene. Let me turn around in my very, very large chair. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual. But the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in our quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously. Your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden weave of unease. You decide not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassia or Celio's powers. There was a charm? Nah, she'll probably be fine. Even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Walk, 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 walk. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigis, then lowers her lashes slightly. Turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look again upon the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Uric 5 long before we ever met. It truly is you, Daniel, the person whose the whole expanse in Calyx sector are talking about. And now, a rogue trader as well. Few seconds of hesitation, she lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash that Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Okay. Why do you refuse red paint? I shall assure that all necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Sure hope that supposed charm doesn't become necessary or important at all. I'm sure it'll be fine. Cassia seems like a sweetheart. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. Tell me more about what this ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of her hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orsilio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course. And why are you asking me for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. You are asking questions, the answers to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I can explain it to you all at a later time, but now our time is too precious to waste. As a navigator of House Orcelio, I give you my word that without canvas and paint, we will have little hope of a smooth journey through the warp. I have no reason to lie. Fair enough. I shall ensure that you have all of the supplies necessary. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me, if you can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Fair enough. You do what you need to do. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the landing navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all.
Fair enough.
Fair enough indeed. The Voxcaster in Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. You hear the exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, then the stifled gasp of the Lady Navigator, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, and the faint whisper of a brush. I see. Violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the walls of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Boxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. Panel beneath her fingers emits a spark, and the Voxcaster falls silent. Quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Voxmaster, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for the show of clumsiness. What is happening to Cassia? Cassia, are you right in there? Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Yeah, she should probably not be bothered. She knows what she's doing. Soul-shredded screams drown out Fox transmit. I have never been so wrong. The servants of the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain. And then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I'll arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue traitor, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station, Urak 5. Regrettably, we arrived too late to evacuate the residents of the station. The warp disruptions affecting Urak 5 twisted the bodies and minds of its attendants. Corruption failed to affect Lady Cassia, thank the Emperor. The navigators are trained to resist the Immaterium's pull. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we still are in need of more men and women for the crew, and we have not yet located Henrix Van Calix, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. As we can now attest, the man vanished into the shadows of the star system and was not present on Urek 5. We must keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always business with you, Vigis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Thank you, Vigis. That will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Alright, well, with that being done...
Let's go to the bridge and talk to some people.
Sure, we can do that. To the
We
bridge!
probably have new dialogue. That was like a plot relevant mission.
Yeah, that is true. Plus, we could probably talk to Cassia, wherever she is. Alright, time to speak with the people. We can start... We'll start at the top and make our way down. How about that? Heinrich Montag. We'll start with you. Lord Captain himself. Remind me who you are. How did you come to be in the service of the Von Valancius dynasty? Not in the usual way. My ancestors wronged yours and were appointed Inferni as a result. Hard labor, deadly strikes, plenty of opportunities to atone. Those criminals have been dead for generations, but we are still serving their time. Maybe we'll find redemption one day. That is enough for now. Cassia! Daniel.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Listen in silence. Navigators identify so strongly with their house. It must be difficult for you not to be able to lean on your elders. But you have my word that I will look after you.
You will? That would be most appreciated, Lord Captain.
So you've never lived anywhere other than Urek 5? Tell me about your life on the station. Your third eye, do you always conceal it? What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp? Why don't we talk about something else? So you've never lived anywhere other than Urek 5?
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
I see. Tell me about your life on the station, then.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends? Someone you could turn for a simple conversation? Not a discussion of yet another lecture?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station. And you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
You have a point. It's about time we made the decks quieter. I will have the lower ranks stripped of their vocal cords. Ruler cannot maim people just because it is in his power to do so. On the contrary, it is the duty of every ruler to look after his subjects. You may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voices is not particularly widespread outside of House Orcelio. I like the noise people make here. It fills the ship with life. I actually kind of like option number 4. I also like option 2.
Well, this is a personal question between
Yeah.
you two, so I will allow you to make that choice, buddy.
I was gonna make it without your input anyway.
I'm not giving you any.
I'm gonna go with 2.
Your words sound amazingly blasphemous. If a ruler's duty dictates the need for violence, would dispensing it not be their responsibility? I will contemplate your answer in solitude.
Fair enough. Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Obviously it's time for that Daniel von Valancius charm. You are beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
I would not dare to make fun of ladies' feelings, especially not one who's captivated me since I first set eyes on her. I cannot help it, the sight of you brings only improper thoughts to my mind. Do not take my words to heart, they were born of common courtesy. I will not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes upon her.
Words like that,
Spark, you started a
be
romance.
misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
I shall do that. What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers.
I do.
As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of paintings is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Tell me about House Orsilio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Is the Orsilio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orsilio was simply a skilled navigator.
Who rules the house now?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
You lived in seclusion on a closed station until Felix committed his sabotage. So then you must be the Novator's successor.
So says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
I mean, it also depends. Do you even want that burden? Take it, House Orsilio has a rich history.
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Interesting. I would like to talk about something else.
By all means.
What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. The esteemed Magos Haneman is shattered, like a beautiful stained glass window into a mosaic of colors. His bright, beckoning hues are mixed together in complete disarray. I must confess it perplexes me. Normally, scarlet and steel are all that fills the heart of a servant of the Omnissiah. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
That's a good question. Let's talk about us, shall we?
Right here? Are you sure?
Maybe another time, then.
Of course. Let us turn from personal matters to more pressing concerns.
This is where I must make my leave.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Oh, I have enjoyed yours profusely.
Everything seems on the up and up.
Yes! I only restarted the game because I wanted to pursue that relationship.
Greetings.
Yeah, the last couple times we've tried playing this, I played as a female rogue trader, but unfortunately that is not an accessible romance as a female rogue trader. So the last time that we played, I was like, the next time we play, I'm playing as a male rogue trader, specifically for that romance. And by golly, I did it! Greetings! Goodbye! You had nothing new to say. Ravor. Do you know anything about a ship named the Fiery Reckoning? I've heard the name, that much I'm sure of, but I can't recall the details. I wonder if it was part of that operation that the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, then there's nothing I could tell you, Lord Cotton. The whole thing was kept under wraps. Your best chance would be to ask the High Factorum. Maybe some of his treasury records have mentions of this Fiery Reckoning. That's a fair point. Okay. Alright, moving on. Who's next? This will be interesting then, won't it? I thought it would... She seemed to be the most interesting character because... it doesn't get any weirder than a navigator. Have the Vox Spirits brought you anything interesting lately? No. Okay. Abelard?
Lord Captain?
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
The
What would
way-
you like to know?
The way you were talking about Theodora earlier, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless. Of course.
That is all.
Lord Captain.
In a prequel game where you play as Lady Theodora, who was one of the romanceable options.
For real. For real. I can see it. Didn't know this game even had romance options, but I suppose it shouldn't be super pre- Yeah, you know what? Yeah, this does not feel like the game that would have romance options. But it, in comparison to Dark Heresy, I feel like, yeah, no, this is the more obvious choice to have romanceable options if you were going to add them in. In Dark Heresy, I don't think it will make as much sense because you're all Inquisitors. And it's a lot more strict of a hierarchy and all that. Whereas with a Rogue Trader, there's a little bit more freedom because a Rogue Trader has certain freedoms that just the average person does not. Alright, okay. How did you come to serve on my flagship? Nobles are by family of the capital world of Daragnos. Dargonis? I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law. The members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. Honored to be the 6th Master at Arms, named Sourback to serve on this ship. Why are you here instead of basking in luxury on Dargonis? Because of my cousin Marcaris. Cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. Shall thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me towards the best decision of my life. Serve you with all my heart and wish for no other fate than this one. What is your opinion of me as your Lord Captain? Not dare to form opinions about your lordship. That would be unforgivably brazen of me. My duty is to serve, not evaluate. Want to know what you think of the other officers? I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Tolman has too much power and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf, and what to withhold. Forever is closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Danrock, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. What about Abelard? Seneschal is a model of competence and fidelity, and all the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. It is all the more distressing to see that the years have not been kind to the deeply respected Master Osarian. Soon there will be no rejuvenate treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such advanced age. But are ever watchful and will be there to steady the trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. Thank you for dispatching such attentive guards to my bath chamber. Taking a bath with them was entertaining. If I say that, they're gonna get so mad because I said I wouldn't. But the drama! I want to know more about your service. There are 1,000 people aboard this vessel. How do you maintain order? 2 words, Lord Captain: suppression and fear. The base nature of the rabble cries for an iron grip, lest they give in to their animal urges. We have many well-tested measures to prevent it. Random night searches, preventative interrogations, corporal punishment, and executions. Of course, the laws of the ship equally apply to the officers. We eradicate the canker of insubordination wherever we find it, without mercy. The conversation evokes nostalgic memories of serving as a commissar. Sourback's approach is very similar to the disciplinary oppression techniques used by the Officio Prefectus. I hope the executions are carried out in public for educational benefit. We will not repeat the mistakes of the previous Master-at-Arms. Let us change the subject. Alright, that is all for now. Danrock. Have you ever heard the name Fiery Reckoning? From what I can tell, it is a void ship of some sort. Well, there was mention of it in one of the Theodore's documents I found. Afraid it is not immediately familiar to me. Your lordship, please allow me a moment. I say, House von Valancius did indeed sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transactions, records of the ship picking up cargo from Piava Gamma. Well, this is odd. Data log ends there. Apparently the ship had some interaction with one of the workshops on your industrial world. Beg your pardon, your lordship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide to you in regard to this particular matter. I'd like to order the shipping and transportation of some goods. I'd like to replace the painting. I still feel like it's a little too soon for that. Would you like to order the shipping and transportation of some goods? The only person we have is Fellowship of the Void, so we'll go with them, I suppose. First of all, we will select all the tradable items and trade. Consider it traded.
Yippee.
Bless. Buy all available items. Consider it done. Alright, fair enough. Moving on. Who shall I talk to next? Pascal, maybe? Idira. She's closer. You need to have a very strong reaction to what Argenta said by the broken lens.
It was just my nerves playing up. Something about our little saint doesn't sit right with me, and I trust my gut. Oh, sure, she seems straight as an arrow and as predictable as a hangover after drinking. But when I look at her, something about her makes my brain itch. After that conversation, I tried to listen to what was being said about her. Beyond the door, what I heard was strange. Blood in her past, twilight in her present, and something like a star leading her. But where is it leading her? I saw several roads, and all of them frightened me.
Maybe we should warn Argenta?
Oh yeah, you go ahead and tell her the wicked Psyker has divined something about her. She'll be so pleased and grateful, and of course she'll listen to what you have to say. No, that would be pointless. And anyway, I'm not even sure what it all means. Maybe the danger is to her, or maybe the danger's coming from her.
Dira's voice is full of animosity, but you also detect concern, even a hint of pity and compassion. I'd like to hear your augury, Jira. What awaits me in the future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in somehow, but for now...
Fair enough.
Of course.
Pascal!
Pascal!
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Alright. I have some questions about your visit to Rykad Minoris.
The request is approved. I am ready to provide the necessary information.
What brought you to Rykad Minoris?
I came heeding the call of my mentor, the blessed Archmagus Amanat. We were supposed to meet on Rykad Minoris and discuss my mission.
The people who wanted to kill you at the port weren't renegades, it was just a cover.
Thank you. Information acknowledged. I will analyze it and take additional security measures.
What do you think of this Abel Hanuman?
I propose that it was the blessed Amonat who assumed this name. This name is assigned to me. His presence in the hands of heretics is categorically unacceptable. The canon of technological security commands that every effort be made to rescue a high-ranking bearer of knowledge.
That'll be all for now.
Acknowledged.
I want to know more about your past.
The request is approved. I have no outright restrictions on disclosing this information.
Where are you from?
Information about my origins is worthless. I belong to the priesthood of explorators and came to the Coronis Expanse over 200 years ago. Any events preceding that moment are insignificant.
How'd you end up at the Coronis Expanse?
I was honored to become a member of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. When the Adeptus Mechanicus summoned the faithful for an exploratory venture into the depths of the Coronis Expanse, I joined the fleet in fulfillment of my sacred vows of comprehension.
Who are the Explorators?
The sacred fraternity of explorers. The cult Mechanicus sends us out to the frontiers of the known sectors as researchers and conquerors. We are the warriors of the Code, who return to the lost worlds and devote themselves to recovering the lost ancient knowledge. Explorators are granted the privilege of being more independent than many of our tech comrades. However, it has earned us a reputation as unstable and poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy.
Why are you not with your fleet then?
Archmagus Amanat, my blessed mentor, commanded me to crew the orbital station Altar Templum Calixus X-17. This venerable temple station was founded in the early years of our expansion into the Coronis expanse. It is currently a rear observation post of the Cognizant's fleet in orbit around the star Furibundus.
Furibundus, you say? Tell me about your mechadendrites.
They are my younger brothers and guides on the way to the Omnissiah. Their machine spirits are directly bound to my neocortex and pick up impulses from my subconscious. Sometimes they act ahead of my thoughts. This is how the Omnissiah leads me to comprehension.
We could stop there.
Acknowledged.
Tell me more about the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I am honored to belong to the priesthood of Mars, guided by its tenets. We safeguard technology against the impure and the unenlightened.
What do you mean, guard it? It's not buried treasure, it's not a secret.
It is both a treasure and a secret. Technology is how the divinity of the Omnissiah manifests itself in this world. This is why the uninitiated may only be allowed to touch the most vulgar and mundane of its instances. We, on the other hand, are authorized to use the sacred catechism of maintenance and operation. Although there is another reason to deny lay people the sacrament of knowledge, it can be dangerous. Twisted by renegades, the Omnissiah's wisdom is called heretic, and the exposure to it may corrupt the uninitiated. Another danger is knowledge, strangely interpreted and inscrutably twisted by the minds of Xenos. This bane is called Xenotech.
Sacred objects should be touched only by worthy hands. Banning things you cannot understand is the opposite of seeking knowledge. Technology is merely a tool that can be employed without risk by a wise wielder. But that's the thing. It's got to be a wise wielder. If just anyone could touch anything, that could cause problems. Depending on how powerful that device is. I wouldn't just trust anyone going into like a nuclear silo and clicking buttons after all. Admit it, the Adeptus Mechanicus do not wish to share their secrets because they are afraid that someone might surpass them. It is as simple as that. I see Xenotech, Heretic, so very dangerous. Sacred objects should be touched only by worthy hands. Sure.
This statement is true. What many consider chains on our way to comprehension is our armor, which we have inherited from our wisdom-blessed predecessors.
Why did you mention Mars? I know this, but we'll click it anyway.
That is where the cult of the Omnissiah originated, and where we were granted the first revelations. Many millennia ago, we made an alliance with the Emperor of Terra, and have served the Imperium ever since, paying a tribute to machinery, weapons, and void ships.
Yeah, I don't know if this follows the same system as Dragon Age, where, like, inquiring about certain subjects can earn you points. As far as, like, friendship points or what have you. With Pascal, I could see it being one of two ways. As an Adeptus Mechanicus, being inquisitive and everything is definitely smiled upon. So being inquisitive and asking questions would bump up your skill or your relationship status with him. However, I could also see this chatter is pointless. Why are you bothering me? I have other things to attend to. Also being just as likely.
Right.
Everything that bears the blessed seal of machinery comes from our hands, and it is we who make sure the operating rituals are performed as they were meant to. We are everywhere. We are the Mars forged steel bars that give the Imperium strength.
Do you hide? Oh. Do you hold a high position in your fraternity?
This electu indicates that I am a Magos, who has mastered the sacraments of many spheres of knowledge, and has the right to conduct services in a forged cathedral.
What is the Omnissiah in your understanding?
He is the divine mechanism, the maker of technology. The universe was made to resemble a mechanical marvel, because the Omnissiah rules over it. Knowledge is the highest form that he uses to manifest in the world. For now. Someday, he will come to this world in the absolute fullness of his splendor. The Adeptus Mechanicus worshipped the Emperor. He is the earthly manifestation of the Omnissiah, who brought humanity into the light of divine grace.
What is behind the Adeptus Mechanicus' enthusiasm for replacing flesh with augmentations?
Organic tissue is an imperfect replica of the machine, transient and vulnerable. Metal is more stable, more effective, and more durable. Flesh speak is flawed next to binaric language. Meat begets weakness, it softens the mind and undermines discipline. But you can replace metal when it wears down. In addition, a machine is a supreme form of knowledge, and by assuming mechanical form, we become closer to the Omnissiah.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about, like, augmentations in that sense. I think it would be kind of cool, in one sense, to have, like, super hearing or, like, an augmented eye that was able to, like, zoom in on things, you know what I mean? That would be kind of cool. But beyond
There's a lot
that,
of
I don't
things
really
with
know.
augments that would have to be, like, 100% understood before I did it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like if someone told me that they could graft me an eye, right? That, you know, like let's say it let me read at night without having to have a lights on or something. Like that would be cool. Being able to zoom in, being able to stop the reflection of fucking people with their brights on driving at night. You know, that'd be cool. Being able to just put like a lens and be like, block out that, but be able to see everything else, that kind of thing. That thing would be kind of cool. I don't know if I would do both of my eyes. I'd probably just do one of them. But like maybe hearing, being able to hear better, that would be kind of cool. As an augment. I don't know if I would do anything particularly with the whole like arms, legs, powerful kind of stuff. I never really got behind that. I've never really cared too much about strength in that sense. So it would be more like the sensory type stuff that I'd be interested in.
However, like all things sacred, our augmentations must not be defiled by the eyes of the ignorant. Which is why we reveal only the crudest of tools, while holier mechanisms remain concealed beneath our crimson robes.
My brain defaults to the Shadowrunner route of cybernetic augmentations. I mean, that's fair. That or I just think about the AI ball from the Somnium Files. Ipa's such a sweetheart. I'd use her as an eye in a heartbeat so that she could judge me about my favorite receptionists. Which is currently Cassia. I'm curious to see you. I'm curious to see your augmentation. Sounds oddly sexual. That is an abomination, an abominable disfigurement of the sacred human shape, an interesting superstition. Curious to see your augmentations?
The right to witness the miracle of flesh being fused with holy metal is granted only to those who have ascended to the rank of initiate. However, your lofty status of rogue trader allows me to make a partial exception and reveal my sacred stigmata.
Oh, your sacred stigmata, you say? Reverently parts the robe's scattered folds on his chest. You see emaciated white meat gnawed through by metallic shunts and flexible wires. Blood runs through transparent pipes enriched with the nutrients required by the pallid flesh. Tech use test succeeded. The sight of a body transformed into an appendage to an incredibly complex mechanism built using unfathomably ancient blueprints is mesmerizing. Every component of the machine serves the dual purpose of preserving life in Pascal's fragile flesh and preventing all threats to his well-being. Curiosity, have you played or checked out the sequels to the first Somnium Files? No. I have played and beat Somnium Files. I know there are 2 other games, and, like, one of them is called Wake Up Kaname Date, which I am just ecstatic to find out what that means. At first I thought that, well, I'm not going to get into that, spoilers and what have you, so, but yeah, because of the way that the first game ends, at first I thought they were doing a bit, and then I was like, okay, the title of that game makes sense. But then they didn't end up doing that bit, and I was like, okay, well, now I'm just confused. But yeah, Aiba is a sweetheart. We love Aiba. But that's exactly what I'm meaning. Like, if I were to get, like, an eye augmentation, it would be something like that. To that extent. Maybe not an AI in my eye. But, I mean, I guess if it was Aiba, I'd be okay with it. The Omnissiah has been generous to you. His creation is keeping you safe from death. You have a right to hide your disfigurement from everyone else. How can you maim yourself in such a gruesome manner? The Omnissiah has been generous to you.
The Omnissiah has been generous to you too. He has granted you understanding.
You have a strange way of speaking. Is that because of the augmentation, or does your faith dictate how you should express yourself?
Partially true. I had a voice modulator implanted alongside the respiratory purification module, but there is an additional reason. Gothic is not my first language. I'm used to thinking and making statements in lingua technis. The binaric language is more informative, more ergonomic, and less prone to misinterpretation.
This is true. I have no more questions.
Acknowledged.
I must take my leave.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Most I'll say, then, is that the second game introduces another eyeball character! Holy shit, I can have one for each eye! Oh. Why was my Xbox controller still on? I thought I turned that off after we got off Final Fantasy V. Oops, I guess. Alright, well that is everyone on the main deck. Has any new floor appeared on the ship? No. But I could go, no. Okay. There's the officer's deck and the void ship bridge, which is where I am right now. The officer's deck, this compartment is of no interest at this moment. So we can't go there right now. Alright, well, that just leaves going back to Rykad Minoris to try and figure out I do think and a new protagonist to go along with the eyeball, although I'm not sure if that would be considered a given to you or not. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, but I did know that the next game does follow a different protagonist. I know who that person is. Once again, I'm not going to go into that for spoilers' sake. but yeah. So yeah, I guess we head back to Rykad Minoris.
Unless you have another plan.
We've literally covered all of our base. Oh my God, Lord Captain! There is some commotion.
Oh no, another base to cover.
On the officer's deck, the Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps she should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. She is allowed to roam wherever she wishes. Preferably upon mine eyes.
You want her to step on your eyes?
In front of my eyes.
You said on your eyes. Captain, that's a bit much.
Look, I'm the rogue trader. I can do what I want. If I want to step on my eyeballs, that's my business. Please join me in my bathtub.
It doesn't have to be in the front deck.
I did not notice your entrance.
We're trying to work.
I'm trying to work. Pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship. The title alone is not enough to hold everyone's attention all of the time. I see you are fond of reading. You think you're doing here? I did not give you permission to leave the bridge. It pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Urak 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
The events that took place on Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well? Be curious to hear how you find Nirvana Initiative then. I will get around to it eventually. Unfortunately, at the moment, I don't... It's going to be like a back burner one. I'm not going to get to it anytime soon. Currently, I'm actually in the middle of playing... Oh, God. No, I always forget this. Last Defense Academy. I only exclusively call it 100 ending hell. Right now I'm in the middle of playing Last Defense Academy.
The 100 line Last Defense Academy.
And I've finished one of 100 endings on that. So I am nowhere near finished with it. And it's just gonna be a minute. I also have several other games that I'm doing at this point in time, and it would be discourteous to play Nirvana Initiative without being able to give it my full attention, because I know it's a game that I'm gonna really, really enjoy.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Are you satisfied with your new attendance?
Your servants are somewhat sluggish when it comes to attending a noblewoman of the Navis nobility, but they are quite tolerable. Thank you for your concern.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed finger in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of the Navigator often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is clear that she does not feel comfortable aboard a ship teeming with new people. I hope you have had ample time to calm yourself in your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
I did not mean to be insulting. I apologize. I see you are fond of reading. Nice subject change there, mate.
I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. It is just as natural to share them with others, quite right, so I would ask that you mind what you say from now on. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. However, the crew's well-being hinges on its navigator. I believe this conversation has reached its natural conclusion. I am beginning to think, Lady Cassia, the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy.
Smooth.
Lord Captain?
Smooth.
So many colorful sparks are flaring to life and dimming all around you. It is a veritable ocean of emotions. There are so many of them that I can barely see the pure white sincerity of your words. Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
Well, in many ways, they were probably more like a father figure to you, honestly. It doesn't sound like you were raised by pretty much anyone other than them.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... My delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I would not dare make fun of a lady's face. We've already said that one. I would rather we find amusement elsewhere, perhaps in the privacy. That's coming on a little hard. What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if you were a friend. That one's all. I made a mistake. I didn't want to do this. I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago. I'm in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
If I may be so bold as to presume, my subjects must have found themselves overcome by your rare beauty as I have. Is it so bad that we are enjoying each other's company, or would you prefer to proceed straight to my chambers? That's, once again, a little too bold. I do not tolerate idlers on my ship, and my officers know it well. Perhaps my people do not wish to disturb you. I'm afraid I must return to my duties. If I may be so bold, as to pursue, my subjects must have found themselves overcome by your rare beauty.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself
Yeah, we've
with some
heard
of the
that
works
one.
in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Well, I'm in the library now. Let me just grab a thesaurus. Oh, lexiconum. I need to know where I just fucked up. Yeah, this is the room I was thinking about earlier when I said that we could run into what's his name? The Winter Scale guy. Evane. Like, I thought he and her spent time here. In fact, I thought Evane was over sitting at this table. But I guess I was wrong. Maybe he pops up here later. I don't know. To the void ship! Onward to Minoris. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard this ship have requested an audience.
I'm beginning to think perhaps moving around on the overworld map here is what triggers event stab.
You know, maybe just.
Thinking maybe if we just keep circling around these planets, we'll get some side quests going.
You know, we'll just circle the sun a couple of times and see what happens. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard the ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. What sacred cult? Call themselves the Bloodspun Web. Okay, this is the Assassins. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora, held them in high regard and looks favorably upon their activities. Then I am ready to receive them. I will commence preparations at once. Only 12 more cycles of events before you can finally land somewhere. I'm starting to think, and if I am correct about this, we will be getting a quest. We will not be landing this evening.
Not on Minoris. Okay. Guess they deserve that.
It's a performance!
It's Warhammer, we just have to assume everyone's guilty.
Yes. Tell me
Doesn't
you've
appear to
not
be
had one impure thought in your head. Ever.
Probably a,
I mean,
a
look
death
at
cult
me.
anyway.
I've had nothing but impure thoughts in my head for the last 30 minutes.
Now where's my navigator? I needed a step on my eyeball.
Exactly! So that I can plant Iba in them. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still. Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her. And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion. We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
That's actually a really nice weapon. 16 to 19 damage.
Verdict.
You have heard...
Just how to use it.
Indeed. You have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. There are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the source of the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Examine the cultists. The cultists are all void-born. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. And the captives? Prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Conrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
How dare they whisper and praise the name of Conrad Voigtveer on my ship? Kill them all!
Conrad is no Conrad of mine.
Damn straight! A death cult watches over my crew? Say who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him? Sacred executioners!
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
Your heart is filled with awe as you gaze at the cultist. You recognize this feeling. You have experienced it before when you walked through the scorching flame and survived. The eyes of your grim guests burn bright with sacrificial fervor. They serve the God Emperor with wholehearted faith and devotion. What exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun One do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship.
Fair enough. In the future, I might want to, put the text box somewhere else on the stream because it is completely blocking her portrait. And that is completely my bad.
We've had this conversation many a time.
Yes, we have. I didn't think it would be a big deal, but now I'm thinking I might move this up to the top
Move
left.
it to the right, and then it'll block Daniel.
Oh yeah! Didn't we do that before?
You did it, and then you swapped it back.
When did I swap it back?
Before we started. You didn't keep it. You swapped it back.
Well, there it is. Now I've moved it.
You also removed our little avatar guys as well. But I
Oh,
think you said
shit.
the screen was too cluttered.
Yes, I did do that. I did do that one.
That was your reasoning for most of the stuff you did.
Yeah. For specifically that.
I miss my
But
little avatar guy.
I'll figure something out.
Next time.
Maybe next time. Next time. I was looking at it.
We
I
can
got
put your avatar guy over your portraits, so that you're talking and doing the dialogue. It'll flap them out. That's
Don't worry,
great.
it'll get moved back again eventually. You're probably right. I'll forget about this
I'll
conversation.
make an updated 2D avatar with like your character's navy hat that he wears.
Okay, yeah. I can appreciate that. And you can make yours look vaguely like Abelard. I can draw out the model that I used for the thumbnail for you if you'd like. No, I was looking at this. I was actually a little distracted because the visual, the like hover over, which I think I've actually said this before, just reminded me of Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a millennium piece. A millennial piece.
But there are others. The virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You kill innocent people. You mentioned the tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
You have my blessing. May your blades bring swift death to the Emperor's enemies.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty.
Funny you bring up Yu-Gi-Oh! I've slowly been dipping back into deck building, revolving around a couple ideas I want to make work. I tried my damnedest to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! I really did give it the college try. I just could not manage. And that might be because I played a much older game. And I was doing it as a randomizer for the Archipelago
You basically set it up to be the worst possible reintroduction into it that could ever exist.
And made it work. Yay! Thumbs up! Tell me about yourself, Cabela. Are you the leader of the Bloodstone Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One, is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself.
Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
Give weapons to the traitors. It is time for Cabela to prove herself.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Cry, flee, pray.
Oh!
You cannot alter your fate.
Death to the defilers!
No, I fully understand that. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta can be wild to keep up with, being simultaneously super short and taking incredibly long depending on what you come up against. Yeah, I could see how that would be the case, honestly. No, the thing is like, despite... Something just happened on the screen. Despite, kind of growing up around it, I've never really gotten into card games. And so, like, I really didn't understand the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! To begin with. But when I went to do the Archipelago, I deep dived into how some of the rules work, and I did get better. You can ask Logan, I did. But, yeah. The card games really aren't my cup of tea. I think the only one that I've, like, really enjoyed playing has been, recently, when I've gotten off of work, got home, and had nothing else better to do. I've been playing through Inscription, and that has been a joy. Fun and unique archetypes are always fun to come back to and learn about, though. Wizard of Oz being mixed with Star Wars is super fascinating to learn about. I mean, this is true, when I was playing the very, very basic Dark Magician set, mixed with, like, a zombie set, something like that. I can't remember, honestly. Cabela's background. Cabela has a remarkable background as a death cult assassin. She can use a special ability called Raining Blood. When used, it causes the target of Cabela's next melee attack to explode in a burst of blood, covering the floor and any enemy behind the target. The affected enemies suffer additional damage. She can also use special throwable consumable items called a Blood Vial to spill even more blood on the battlefield. Cabela is a Blade Dancer. Blade Dancers are incredibly skilled sword fighters who can devastate enemies using two special attacks: Blade Dance and Death from Above. Blade Dance's ability allows the Blade Dancer to make several light strike attacks against random adjacent targets. There is only one adjacent target. All the strikes are directed against that target. If two swords are equipped, the Blade Dancer deals significantly more strikes. Death from Above allows the Blade Dancer to swiftly leap to a selected cell, and upon landing, deal damage to all adjacent cells. The ability can be used multiple times per turn, but each use requires a charge to be spent. Blade Dancer gains charges by killing their enemies. Blade Dancer's main characteristics are weapon skill, agility, and strength. Weapon skill enhances their melee attacks and defense in close combat. Agility increases their dodge chance and makes their abilities more efficient. For example, increasing the number of strikes made with Blade Dance, and strength increases the damage dealt with swords. Note, most of Blade Dancer's abilities can only be used with the sword equipped. Some abilities available through progression cost wounds instead of AP. That is something worth looking into. You'll have to stab yourself in order to do, like, a super powerful move. That's cool. Character assignment. What if I wanted you to do this bit? Apply! Fight your own battles, Logan.
Donkey.
You're gonna be using her mostly, so...
Yeah, I did hear this class got a couple of different nerfs since we played last.
Oh, it has been nerfed, has it?
From my understanding, yeah. I don't know how exactly, but I do remember when we played last time, she was devastating.
Right. Let's see. I remember her being pretty badass. Death reigns from above.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
I could choose one of the attacks to be a corpse. That's silly.
Oh, that's stupid.
That's silly.
Death is a blessing.
Bless.
Yeah, still pretty powerful.
Yeah. I'd say so. Oh god, they're gonna give you more! I can't say I'm too good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Myself, honestly. I just want to be able to make 5-headed dragons and see how my opponents deal with them. I want all the pieces of Exodia! Currently, one of my favorite memes going around the internet is the shorts where it's like, oh, cool, I want to see your Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck, and then it's just all just a pot of greed, and then they look up and the person's in a full pot of greed cosplay. It's such a dumb meme, but I love it.
Come, the other side awaits.
I'm just here for the fun of it. Like a lot of competitive games I try to get into, meta or not. That's fair. That is 100% fair.
That's one of the best ways to approach it.
Yeah. Like, I know I'm not gonna ever understand a game well enough to be in any kind of competitive field, because I just don't really get into that aspect of those games in that sense. This is why I don't get into games like Overwatch and stuff like that, is just because, like, I'll play a couple rounds, but the spirit of it isn't there, so I get bored very quickly with it. A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the undying one's throne and beg his forgiveness. Cabela wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Domin Daniel? Will you make me your shield and shadow? What do you think, since you mentioned that? Just recently was shown a Master Duel clip with someone whose deck is built into giving the opponent all of the Exodia pieces. That sounds a little counterproductive, doesn't it? Here, I'm gonna give you the best chance you could possibly have. Have every piece of Exodia. Please kick my ass. I think they're taking notes from me. Please, Cassia, please come step on my eyeballs. I want to feel the pain. Your lordship, the spinners of the Bloodspun Web were watching, tracking, and killing Von Valancia's enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I am sure they must have had a good reason. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the Bloodspun Web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of his ship. Scourge of the seditious or not, folks are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. Don't know what old Malik did to earn this privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? Ira takes a drag on his low stick, exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the Bloodspun Web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. Plump old man in the rich robes of Confessor adds respectfully, my predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the bloodspinners saved the vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The bloodspun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of Wolfs von Valancius. Seems not all the officers have been presented to me yet. Confessor, tell me of the spinner's great sacrifice. I wish to hear what my retinue thinks. You shall be my shadow. I wish to hear what my retinue thinks. I have heard enough through only at a distance. The prayers the spinner offers up to him. I have seen how their deeds fill the people's heart with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. Lutzenwill's loyalty to the Emperor is without question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the archenemy. The opponent doesn't get to play their deck, they just force all the Exodia into their hands and that's it. I don't know if I follow. But that is probably just a part of Yu-Gi-Oh! I simply do not understand. I will claim ignorance in that case. I have heard... Yep. Mr. Abelard?
Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a spinner into a retinue, she respected the bloodspun web and approved of its mission.
Thank you. I will look at that later. Have you seen the dumb shorts with the pot of greed? Like, I can send you that as well if you'd like. Logan's seen it, but if you haven't, I'm sure I've got it somewhere. I've saved enough of them. It's such a dumb meme. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like a scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of the faith. Fair enough, that works enough for me. You guys got Cassius okay. You will be my shadow. Bella's movements are slow, almost rhythmic, and she removes her ceremonial masks. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth I am your shadow, Domin Daniel von Valancius, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. No one bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the blood-spun web, which is to know that the doors of the Undying One's temples are open to you.
Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship.
Or spoke. What do you mean? What, Taro? Who is the Vizier? He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for 5-fold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. What do you mean, what tarot? Greatest, most sacred relic of the blood-spun web, the Emperor's Tarot. Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see portents of the future, shadows of the past, or tingles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more. Not here, not now. I feel like that's kind of a lie. In one respect, because well, I mean, maybe it's sanctioned for them. Maybe it's not sanctioned for normal people to do, although the practice, I think, is widespread in the Imperium to perform tarot readings and say it's the Emperor's will.
There's a specific There's a specific deck that you have to use.
Ah, okay. Okay. I was about to say, because that was like the whole plot of that Inquisitor short that we watched the other day. And by the other day, I mean like a month ago. I can't even remember the name of the short off the top of my head. But yeah, the whole deal was he was going from place to place like, you do tarot, huh? Read my fortune. What? You say I die? Fuck you! Bolter to the face. I also remember another joke deck using a monster that heals the enemy when dealing direct damage, and only allowing the monster on the field to deck when condition is actually forced to deck out. I see. I remember the deck that I was using, there was a card that had like a angel on it holding like a absolute massive syringe. And I think it had like 1,300 attack power. Ah. And for every single turn that it was on the field, it cured one of your cards for like 400 or 600 HP or something like that. Like, it was a really good card. I just can't remember what it was called. If I saw it, though, I could probably say, yeah, that's the one. Why is the Vizier not here to deliver the messages? Where is your temple located? Injection Fairy Lily. That might be it. Let me Google that. I'll look at the image. Injection Fairy Lily. Ah! I don't know if that one was actually it. You can spread your life points to buff it stronger than a blue eyes for the Jesus Christ. Maybe it had like a slightly different image. Because there are several editions. Or maybe it's just been long enough that I don't remember exactly what it looks like. Hold on, I'm looking through the cards. There's all the Jodia cards. Am I really going to scroll through this list of 1,000 cards? No, I don't think so. I will scroll for 5 more seconds. If I do not see this card, I will claim Sean was right, because I am one lazy motherfucker. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, why am I being stupid? It would have been in the Dark Magician deck that I was working on. So why don't I look up Yu-Gi-Oh! 2006 World Championship Dark Magician deck. Oh, was it in that deck? Perhaps. That gave me nothing, actually. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no. Magician of Faith, Spirit of... I need to turn off the pop-up bullshit on Steam Overlay. Don't tempt me or I want to nerd out over Yu-Gi-Oh! I may not play Master Duel myself, but I do have other ways to play around with the cards. I mean, that's fair. Pack contents, required cards. Card passwords, pack contents. Pack info. Sorted lists. Dual puzzles? The fuck is this list? Starting decks? Oh, hold on! This one has images! Stop everything we're doing to look into this. It's vitally important. Here's try. Spellcaster's Judgment. Hold on. This is definitely the deck I started off with. What are you called? Alright. Alright, I made a terrible mistake. White Magician. You were probably right, honestly, because none of those actually look familiar. I just thought for a moment that it was like a chibi small child with the giant needle. Not like what I saw, but like I said, it has also been quite some time. So I'll probably look at it while I'm off stream and then send it to you on Discord or something if I actually find the one that I'm referring to. And you very well might be right. You might be right, but I'm not gonna keep looking. Yeah. Oh, I'm not permitted to say, if you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Irene, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the bloodspun web. Her path began deep within the flagship in the dark tunnels of the freight line. That is where you must begin as well. This journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web, closer to the Undying One, closer to understanding death. I will walk in the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Perhaps one day I will grant you that favor. I will not waste my time with such foolish rifle. I will walk these footsteps. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you. Your blade awaits direction, Daniel. You will speak again when the time is right. The time must be now. I am going to my bridge, and if you are not there to speak, then you will be ignored. Admittedly, I probably should read down Master Duel if I really want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Properly. Is that the phone version? Desynchronization was detected.
Lovely. Open
the cooperative mode window to restart the game. No. Void ship map. Yeah, we've used that a couple times at this point, I think. Does it say you disconnected?
Not particularly, but I don't have a character or anything to desync.
So. Well, I mean, as long as you can see me running around, I think that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, consider that a win. Where is our assassin? She's
probably save and make sure that it's saved so we don't lose any progress.
This is true. We shall save now.
Should probably look at winding things down.
Yeah, I figured
this quest is gonna be too long now.
Yeah. We can either talk to her now or save it for first thing and then go do work. You know what? We'll save it for first thing.
We should probably save it. That way we know what we're doing.
Yeah, we'll dive right into her quest first thing in the next session. Speaking of, I don't know when that's going to be.
We have a vacation coming up, which we will not be around for, so...
Yeah. So, at the end of this week, we'll be going on vacation, so it'll be at least a couple of weeks before we get into that. There's a potential, maybe, if the weather is bad this Friday, that we might have nothing else better to do and decide it, but I highly doubt it. So, it's going to be a couple weeks before we hop on for more Rogue Trader. But I've gotten things prepared, and the regularly scheduled program of 2 episodes and a Final Fantasy Friday will continue while we are on vacation. In fact, we recorded the last section of the next Final Fantasy Friday video that would pop up next Friday. Right before getting on this. So I gotta get off and edit that real quick and make sure that's good to go. But yeah, lots of good progress made today.
And a solid point to start next time.
And a solid point to start next time.
Even if it takes us a while to get back, we'll have a solid start.
Indeed. So,
just have to press J.
Just have to press J. Hey, what were you doing? Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. And we will see you all when we get back. Indeed, thank you for joining. Bye-bye.